Hello everybody, welcome back to the Let's Play OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2 Season 2 movie. If you watched part 1, you kinda already know what's going on, but if you haven't watched part 1, this is part 2 of a 4-part segmented movie of the second season of Let's Play OpenRCT Tycoon 2. I won't ramble quite as long this time because I'm sure you all want to get right back in the movie, but this part 1 covered episodes 1 through 10, and part 2 here will cover episodes 11 through 20. So I hope you all enjoy the movie, or this part of the movie, rather. Or if you do, don't be afraid to like and subscribe if you want to see more. In any case, thank you all for watching, and enjoy part 2 of the movie. Ciao! Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Let's Play OpenRCT Tycoon 2. Ooh, finally. Apologies for the lack of uploads over the past 2.5 months. Several important in real life stuff has been happening, and this episode of OpenRCT2 will kind of double with an update video, but to not bore you, the updates that I want to discuss will be saved for the end of the video after we complete Bumblebee Beach, today's scenario. Bumblebee Beach is the final beginner arc of Roller Coaster Tycoon 1. And, well, it's a pretty interesting scenario because it's the first beach scenario in the original game. Anyways, our task today is simple. Develop Bumblebee Beach's small amusement park, and as you can see, it is quite small. I mean, it has a merry-go-round, a Ferris wheel, and, yeah, their signature coaster. And we have to turn this into a thriving theme park. The objective today is quite a fair bit easier than some of the other scenarios we've been playing recently. Basically, we just have to get 750 guests in our park at the end of year 2, with the exact same park rating requirement we've gotten used to. Now then, one thing I do want to clarify real quick before we start the scenario. In the last scenario, Sparkplug Park, I suspected that there might have been harder guest generation because as the game was being, well, a fucking asshole when it came to guest generation. There, I said it. So I looked into the park settings, and no, there was no harder guest generation. And so here I was getting extremely unlucky with things like the soft guest cap and guest generation, all that fun stuff. Or I just fucking sucked at the scenario and only won by sheer luck. Whatever the case may be, I do apologize to the creator for getting heated about something that wasn't even their fault. In any case, we have a beach to run. So, here we go. First things first. I recreated a kiosk because it's here in the corner when it should be like right front and center. Anyways, today's scenario starts off with a bit of a slim pickings. 2 different types of transport rides, a decent selection of gentle rides, only one roller coaster, or the twist, a boat hire, and just a few shops and stalls. Nothing that screams, hey look, we're a functioning park. It's just kind of bare bones. Shut up. I don't know what it is about the Ferris wheel music, but well, this is a Ferris wheel. I don't know what it is about the merry-go-round's music, but it just annoys me to no end. Also, as a quick little warning to those of you that aren't familiar This coaster is very prone to crashing, so we're going to have to be very, very careful. It always cracks me up when I just see all of these cars just spawning at once. Does it saying, hey, hi, how's it going? No wonder why they brought me in to improve this park. They didn't even have any staff members. They didn't have one staff member. That's just sad. First month in, and we already got one of the easiest awards to get in the game. Now isn't that just fitting? Come on, just let me go underneath Big Dipper, please. Thank you. That's better. Now at least that way the whole entire park is more or less connected. Now it's connected. Just about. Already up to 300 guests and we're barely halfway through April. Not a bad start. And the first thing we'll unlock is the Junior Coaster, which is a pretty decent coaster type. So that's good. Oh no, not the thunderstorms. And the Junior came a couple days early. Hey, I'm not complaining. Oh boy, here we go. just begun May, and we're about 2/3 way to the goal already. Not bad, all things considered. You can tell the cat's eye is busy because for every car that comes in, another car goes out. The lock room, not bad. Although the rain is not giving me very good vibes. So to run these campaigns, considering that they're only $2, but hey, whatever gets more guests to the park. That's 600, but the park rating is looking pretty good. I thought it was said 600, and I was like, not great, but nope, it's up in the 800s. Nothing to worry about there. steeplechase is the epitome of mediocrity, and funnily enough, is expected to be developed June 12th. Which, if you're watching this the day this is released, June 11th, there is a little special something coming up. More on that in a bit. Meanwhile, though, we are up to over 700 guests, and the goal is looking pretty darn close now. Also, I'm pretty pleasantly surprised I was able to keep Big Dipper from crashing. The irony! The damn perfect timing that just happened. Wow! We finished the scenario on June 12th, year 1. How lucky can you get? How convenient is that? How convenient is that? Wow. So, as we watch the boat hire here with the scenario complete, this is where we get into the update side of things, as I said at the start of the video. Oh, the first update is that all of the recent delay and stuff like that is due to the fact that I will be moving to a new residence sometime in the next couple of weeks. So there will likely not be any new videos until July, maybe later. But as soon as everything gets settled at my new place, then I'll be back to providing you guys with the content that you've been all waiting for or from as far back as last March, I believe, if not the beginning of April. Well, so yeah, that's a pretty good chunk of the reason why. Okay. Secondly, with the comedic timing and the little hint I said, as I said moments ago, if you're watching this on the day that this video is released, June 11th, 2022, then I am happy to announce that tomorrow, Sunday, June 12th, will be my birthday. I will try to get something special out, but I'm not gonna bet for it. I might do a belated birthday thing later on to celebrate it at a later time in case I don't upload something on my birthday tomorrow. But yeah, yeah. In any case, if I do, I'll be doing something a little special tomorrow to celebrate my birthday. And if not, then I'll still do a belated birthday thing. And finally, as the last little update, I am planning on upgrading my computer once I get moved into a new place. The new computer I'm considering on getting is immensely more powerful than the computer I'm currently running right now. So it'll be a lot easier for me to be able to record to provide you with more quality content, the works. And hopefully this will lead into me being able to do more than silly little things like OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2 or Minecraft. I might be able to open myself up more to other or, or games and stuff like that. I'm not gonna confirm anything yet, but that is the plan at the very least. Anyways, with all that aside, that concludes our time here at Bumbley Beach. A nice quaint little beach with not a whole lot of difficulty, and definitely the scenario we need after a couple of pretty challenging scenarios in the season so far. It's always nice to get those little freebies in there, right? In any case, next time on the Let's Play, we will be beginning the challenging parks in both Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 and the rest of Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, excluding a certain airfield. Field. Anyways, thank you all for watching. And as I said, and lots of things are happening, so I don't know what's going to happen, but in any case, as I just said, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next video. Ciao! Hello everybody, and welcome back to Let's Play Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. The last time we tackled Sparkplug Park, and we completed the last 10 scenarios. We completed the first 10 scenarios. All the beginner parks in Roller Coaster Tycoon 1, and the beginner parks in Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, including the infamous Amity Airfield. The less said about the airfield, the better. And last time, to be particular, we finished up at Bumbley Beach, for those who have been following along. Today, we are now going to be going into full-blown challenging park territory. Alright, in both the Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 and 2 scenarios. And this here is one of them. Botany Breakers. And the one thing that will really be challenging, yeah, we're out in the middle of nowhere in an island. And the task is, well, it's kind of difficult. Our challenge is to build a high-profit park on this paradise island, as I said before. How much high profit, you may ask? We have to achieve a monthly income of from exclusively ride tickets of at least $10,000. $10,000 in 1 month. And considering how short our Roller Coaster Tycoon months are compared to in real life months, yeah, we gotta make that money pretty darn quickly. So we're gonna have to overcharge for all of our flat rides, roller coasters, etc. just to make this $10,000 goal. Well, so yeah, it's not gonna be pleasant, but we dealt with worse on the channel, so let's open up the park and let's get this party started. We start off with a miniature railroad and the monorail for our transport. A few decent gentle rides, as you can probably tell there. There are 6 different types of roller coasters, including a couple of ones that are pretty easy to work with no frill rides at start, so that's not good. Plenty of water rides, which is oddly appropriate, all told as you can tell. Oh, and a good amount of stalls, including the information kiosk. And even though kiosks are not the name of the game, I just want to get that out of the way ASAP, because as heaven forbid if I don't do that early. Yeah, this is gonna be a pain in the butt. Yeah, that's one of the bad things about having to be on the island in adulthood. Okay, so $9 is pretty sufficient. But yeah, we're going to be looking exclusively in this little column right here. Here, we need this $30 to become $10,000 by the end. As a general rule of thumb, do not try to screw yourself over. That's not bad for a boat hire, to be honest. You don't want to charge too much because otherwise the guests will leave the park. The guests won't go on the ride, and well, that's not exactly what we want. We want them to go on the ride. don't want to charge more than double of your excitement rate, because then the guests will more likely say, wait, that's too much money. So price management is just about as important as, you know, making hard cash. $32 in the first month. Well, not the greatest, but, well, it was the first month. What do you really expect? The first 1,000. That could be interesting, except for the fact that it might hurt boat hires for sales. So that's how that works. I don't know what kind of weird logic is involved there, but hey, if it makes our job a little bit easier, then I'm not going to complain. There we go. we're almost up to $2,000, which is pretty good, but you have to remember, our goal is 10,000, so realistically speaking, that's only 1/5 the way there, so we're still in a little bit of trouble. Okay, yeah, I charged just a little bit too much. $3 is as high as we're willing to go. Whoops. See, that's what I was talking about earlier in the episode. So it's all about price management. And if you set the price too high, no one's gonna want to ride it. So you do have to be quite careful about what you do and how you do it. Here's a not so fun fact. I don't like taking out loans. I really don't. So at least that way, you guys have a little bit more maneuverability. Well, I accidentally really screwed up the key line for the demon drop. That was not my intention. So I'm gonna find a nice little shortcut here to great white whales. That is a whoops. Damn. Now this is a moneymaker. This is a moneymaker. I don't know. We're up to $3,000, so we're starting to get somewhere. At least unlike the last few scenarios, all these things have been relatively dry in this. So far so good, I suppose. Oh great, we don't have the ATM. I completely forgot about that. Well, that's gonna be a problem. $4,000 last month. Not bad. The halfway point, $5,000. As mentioned, we need 10 grand to win. Oh, jeez. Well, this will be a challenge to connect up to the main pathing. Since I have to reach out across the frickin' ocean and all. That's a new complaint I haven't seen before. The rides that have on-ride photos are particularly dreadful because as you can't charge anywhere near as much for an on-ride photo as you can in the ride itself. Which is a little cruel, but there's not a whole lot one can really do about it, so ho-hum, I guess. We actually got really close to meeting our goal in June, making $8,699. 90 cents, Irving. 90 cents. What are you even doing, my dude? Of course, the game and of course, the game is being completely unhelpful with trying to give us an ATM, so we can cut down the number of guests leaving due to that. Yeah, if you're looking for the boat hire, you are in a completely wrong part of the park there, buddy. Park rally of over 200,000, but the main thing we're keeping an eye on is the ride tickets. Oh, jeez. Will the guests actually get us up to 10,000 before the end of July? That is the question. And now that I'm noticing that the price tickets is at 9,500. Don't think they'll have enough time, but I can admire their gusto. Ooh, it's gonna be close. They will! They will get us up to 10 grand. How about that? I was half expecting us to go through August before we completed the scenario. Oh, but hey, I'm happy to be proven wrong. So that will do it for Botany Breakers, and as you can see, we had to branch out a lot in order to make this work. But the whole entire spiel is it worked, and now we can move on to the next one. And also one quick thing I want to mention before we wrap things up here today. Hey, I'm actually not certain if I actually did Botany Breakers in the original old season of this particular Let's Play. Hey, if I did, then you folks at home can compare and contrast how I did between the two attempts. And if I didn't, well, we got to experience a scenario that I haven't done yet on the channel together. So there's that camaraderie, as they typically say. Hey, we both got to experience a new scenario on the channel together. and we're making us a crap ton of money while doing it and completing the objective. With that, folks, thank you all for watching, and of course the advertising campaign ends as soon as we get things ended here. But anyways, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next video. Ciao! Hello everybody, and welcome back after a few months to the wonderful world of Let's Play Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. It's been a while, but since the last episode, OpenRCT2 has gotten a little bit of an update that has moved a couple of scenarios to the beginner category. This is one of them, Dusty Greens. And as you may know, the scenario that I hated the most, aka Amity fucking Airfield, has actually been classified as an expert level park. It only took like what 20 years for it to finally get its proper difficulty rating? But whatever. We're not talking about that. We're talking about Dusty Greens. And the scenario today is a bit different from the norm that we are usually used to. Situated near a highway junction in the desert, Dusty Greens is an opportunity to develop a small golf resort, which, yes, there's 2 different mini golf courses here. We have to turn that into a thriving theme park. The objective is, as I said, different from the norm, with an achievement and or an objective to achieve a monthly ride income of $5,000. Yeah. It doesn't matter how many guests you have, it doesn't matter what the park rating is, it doesn't even matter what the park value is. You just need to get guests to spend enough money so that way you get $5,000 from your rides by the end of a month. Since each month only lasts for a few minutes at a time, we're going to be just begging the guests to spend all their hard-earned cash. So as I said, we have a couple of golf courses. We have this little golf course and this golf course here, and a whole smattering of land to try to build around this tiny ass golf resort. Alright. Obviously, we only have 1 transport ride. Alright, fortunate to rides that aren't golf. Well, a decent selection of roller coasters, including the Woody and the Looping, along with the mini and junior coasters. There's 6 different types of thrill rides, a couple of different types of water rides, and a decent amount of stalls. So, as I said, this is a bit different from the norm because, well, we're not really used to say, hey, earn X amount of dollars in a month. We're usually used to just trying to get a certain number of guests within a certain time frame. So, yeah, definitely different from the norm. Also, I have added some more add-ons on like stuff that says about the soft guest cap. So, hopefully things will go a little bit better than before. But, well, you never know with this game. So I'm not gonna hold my breath just yet. Why is there like no friggin' scenery? Oh wait, because it's all locked behind research. Of course it would be. Why not? Thank the Lord we start with ATMs right off the bat, because if we didn't, well, we would basically be reenacting Crazy Castle, where we had to fight against the clock just to try to get fucking ATMs in the fucking park. But luckily this time, we don't have to deal with that shit. The funny thing about double drop is that it says that it has double drops, but that turns out to not be the case, since it says it only has one drop instead of two. That's just a quirky thing from the game itself. Oh, lovely. Fucking rain. And for real, we don't have kiosks on both sides here because we don't want the guests getting fucking lost, now do we? Oh, Jesus. Now it's fucking raining, but we just spent all of our money in 1 month. Fucking hell. And we only made $900 in ride tickets, so obviously not gonna be a first month victory. But what did you really expect, eh? Jesus Christ, I can't draw a straight line if my life depended on it. Which thankfully it doesn't. It's just one of those things where it's just like, can't you draw a straight line, you dumb broad? I know I shouldn't cut myself down like that, but still. Okay, that's not too bad of a coaster type. Spiral coaster. And has spirals. Kind of self-explanatory, is it not? Of course. And we're in the red because I don't know how to manage the park's money. Of course. press the wrong button. Well, it's good news is it's gonna jump through April. We're already halfway past the goal, so it's not the worst case scenario. Made the $4,000 already. Not bad. Not bad. Oh no, the stand-up roller coaster. Why? That's not the best type of roller coaster because it gets way too intense way too quickly. But what else is new? go. Alright, halfway to go partway through May, so we could very well wrap this up in just 3 months. Not that I'm trying to speedrun these scenarios per se, but it's just how it happens. Yeah, I think our soft gas cap is more than high enough in order to support enough gas in order to get the money that we need. Back up to $4,000, so if we're lucky, we could finish this before June. Or at least finish it when we get into June. Alright, correct myself. And there it is, $5,000. So now we just gotta wait until the end of the month. And there we go. We made almost double the goal amount of we almost made $10,000. Okay, game. You want to complain about the queue line? You want to complain about the queue line as we win the scenario? That's just a low blow. Okay, that's just messed up. But we made $10,036.60 in the month that won us the game. We only need 5,000, just as a reminder. So that is Dusty Greens. I mean, it's a scenario that isn't particularly hard. It just takes a little while to get enough guests and enough rides in order to get the $5,000 requirement. But once you find all that out, it's not too bad. Especially if you can exceed the goal by a crap ton by the end, like I did, where I made $10,000 in a month when the goal was only 5,000. But in any case, that ends our dusty goodness for now. Now, there is one more scenario that has been relegated to beginner status that we will get to next episode. But for now that will do it for this particular episode of Let's Play Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. So I would thank every one of you. I'd like to thank every one of you for waiting so patiently for this new episode, and thank you all for watching. And, and hopefully, I'll get a new episode out before too long. And as I mentioned on Twitter, there's a little something I'm preparing for December 28th, so keep your eye out for that. In any case, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next video. Ciao. Hello everybody, and welcome to the first video of 2023. And more importantly, welcome back to Let's Play Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. I apologize for the delay on this first video of the new year, but January's been a bit of a screwed up month for me, and I'd rather not go into big time detail, so yeah, again, I do apologize for the delay. In any case, today we play the the second and final readjusted park in Open Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. Last time we did Dusty Greens, which was demoted to beginner, and this is the second and final park that also got demoted, Bumbly Bazaar, in which things are a little bit different and also a fair bit easier if you know what you're doing. Starting with a small market bazaar, which is right behind this window here. The challenge is to increase the profit from shops and stalls by building rides and roller coasters to attract more customers. That's technically true, but it's technically not at the same time, because there's two ways that you can go about this. You can either do this the old-fashioned way and charge normal prices for the shops and stalls and stuff, and then just do your thing from there. Or just hope to God that you build enough stuff in order to get up to $1,000 of food, drink, and merchandise sales for a monthly profit, which is the objective. Or you could do it the slightly cheesier but much easier way by just plopping down an information kiosk, charge $20 umbrellas, hope it rains, and rake in the profits. While, making sure that you have enough guests in the park in order to supplement that strategy. Really, it's up to you which way you want to do it, but for this one I'm going to have a little bit mixed approach because these shots behind the window will be normal, but no, I can't turn down $20 umbrellas. I just can't. So as you see, we do start off with 10 stalls right smack dab in the middle of the little bazaar here. And our ride selection isn't the best, but it's not the worst either, because we have a couple transport rides, a few different gentle rides, a few different coasters. There's including the Hyper Twister and Junior Coaster. One thrill ride, which is kind of crap. Some water rides, including Slide in the Log Flume, and unsurprisingly, a smorgasbord of shops and stalls. Whoops. I don't know what I'm doing. So yeah, the plan is to build two information kiosks, one near the bazaar and one near the bazaar and one near our entrance. And then what I'm gonna do is connect this bit to the main pathway. That way guests have two ways that they can go about it. So the strategy I'm gonna employ here is kind of simple. Buildings up normally at first, and then start the $20 umbrellas. There we go. So now we have our first roller coaster in play, and you may notice the weird path layout. This is just to make sure that I guess have options of where they want to go. Oh well, maximizing what we have. It's a bit weird, but it's kind of part of the course for me. I don't really do things in an insane manner, quote unquote. And I know we have this junior, but I kind of want to try my hand at building my own junior, since junior roller coasters are one of the easiest coaster types to build. So I don't know why I decided to do this weird, this weird chain lift, but hey, what are you gonna do? Am I right? I'll be the first to admit that this isn't the best roller coaster I've ever built, but it's not necessarily the worst either. That's a lot of cars per train. Whatever you say, game. Okay, it does run pretty well. And the stats aren't too bad either. Excitement rating's a little low, but what do you expect? It's a junior coaster. Intensity rating of just over 5. So, not too bad. And it has a decent ride time, so not too shabby. that we're into April, well, now it's time for our favorite play, the expensive as hell umbrellas. I decided I have to put down a fence just to make sure that the key line goes where I want it to go, but hey, sometimes it's just one of them necessary evils. Some bucks from merchandise sales. Come on! That's just piss poor profit. $179, that's a little better. Okay, now this is what we like to call in the business a big boy. Definitely not your grandma's dingy slide. I suppose the only good news is we are making more money as more guests arrive in the park, but it hasn't really rained yet, so the gamble hasn't really paid off too well so far. If you can even call it a gamble for that matter. What's interesting is the fact that we're already at the soft guest cap despite this not being a particularly big park. .340, so definitely better. It's still taking a while, unfortunately. Okay, what is going on here? Why is the game constantly reciting my umbrella prices? Like, what the hell? almost as if the game heard me say I wanted to try to cheese this scenario and then decided to just screw me over out of spite. That's not very nice. We're not even halfway to our target and we just entered July. What kind of nonsense is this? Signs look encouraging right now, but I'm not sure if that's high enough profit or not. No, but we are close to the target, albeit in a very unintentional manner. Or unintentional to the way I wanted to do it. Okay, now we are on pace for the goal. It only took until August, but I was hoping that by doing the umbrellas it might have helped, but no. But I suppose I don't have anything to complain about other than the game wanting to try to screw me over. But unfortunately for the game, we made more than enough. $1,334 in August sees us win the scenario at the beginning of September. Even though if my plan would have worked out a little bit better, we could have finished it a little bit sooner, but you know what they say, beggars can't be choosers. But overall, this isn't too challenging. So that is Bumblebee Bazaar. As I said, it's not particularly a hard scenario, but I suppose to be fair, even though my umbrella trees didn't work, it didn't rain once. So probably good. It's probably a blessing in disguise that the game decided to screw me over, but I still didn't really like it, all things considered. But oh well. Shit happens. What can I say? In any case, that will be it for today's escapades. Next time we will finally start on the challenging parks. And as I was looking at the scenario list before starting this video, we only have 3 scenarios in Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 to take care of after the readjustment, and Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 was already perfectly balanced in terms of difficulty curve, so expect to see a lot of RCT1 parks in this mix, and pretty soon, or in episode 20, we will be eligible for another fan-submitted scenario for me to take on. So if you're interested in that, let me know in the comments and see what you can do with the scenario creator in this game and give it your best shot to try to challenge me. In any case, thank you all for watching, and as one little special note, I want to give a special shout out to my very first Patreon, my very first patron on Patreon, that being Noble Xenon. Thank you so much for being my first patron on my Patreon. It means a lot to me. And even though by technicality, the shoutouts are only reserved for the highest tier, I just wanted to make that special shout out as a way of saying thank you for being my first supporter on Patreon. And you can check out said Patreon in the description below if you want to also chip in and support the channel. It's up to you. No pressure. Anyways, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next video. Ciao! Hello everybody, and welcome back to Let's Play Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, where today we will begin the challenging parts of Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. Now, the first one on this list would have been Infernal Views, as that's the first one on the list, but it has an objective where you have to have 10 different types of roller coasters, each with an excitement rating of 6. As to not bore you folks with like a 5-hour long video, because I don't get how that type of system works, I have instead elected to skip to the scenario you see in front of you today, Lucky Lake. And this is one where things are going to get a little bit challenging. With unlimited funds, as you could tell by the fact that there's no financials on the bottom left corner, but a challenging lake location, which, yeah, this lake is pretty dang big. This park will be a challenge to expand and manage. The objective seems somewhat simple on paper, if kind of big. The objective is to get at least 2,100 guests in the park at any one time. Sounds simple, right? Well, there's two things that are significantly different in this scenario. The first thing, there's no time limit. We could play up until year 50 and we won't fail. But the actual fail condition is significantly different. We must not let the park rating drop below 700 at any time. Although this is a bit of a fib. If you're familiar with a roller coaster tycoon YouTuber called Marcel Voss, you know that you actually get the entirety of March year 1 as like a grace period. The game only starts checking if the park rating is below 700 starting in April year 1, which means you have until April 1st year 1 in order to get your park rating above 700, and then you just have to keep it above 700 at all times. If the park rating drops below 700 at all, there are two things that are going to make this even harder. The first thing is the fact that if the park rating drops below 700 at any time, the game will give us 4 in-game weeks to try to fix the park rating and get back above 700. If we succeed, then the timer resets and we get to carry on as if nothing happened. But the second thing, and the thing that is going to cause some trouble, if the park rating remains below 700 at the end of an in-game month or 4 weeks, then the park will close down permanently and we will fail the scenario. Which means this might be the very first scenario in this series across both season 1 and 2 where I may have to actually retry a scenario because the park rating got too low and I couldn't fix it worth a damn. As for the curious folks who are curious where the park rating starts, we have 129 guests in the park right behind us, scared all about the lake. The park rating in question starts off at 751, which means as long as we keep it above 700, we will be in business come April when the game starts checking in constantly to see if the park rating is below 700 or not. But as long as you keep the park rating above 700 at all times, the objective is simple. Turn the 129 guests into 2,100 guests at any cost. And quite literally any cost because we have unlimited funds. So as mentioned, this lake is ginormous, so it's going to be a bit of a pain to expand, but it's not impossible. This ride selection is okay-ish, I suppose, because we have a few decent transport rides, except for the chairlift, a few decent gentle rides, including the iconic merry-go-round and car ride, a pretty decent selection of roller coasters because we have the Steel Wild Mouse, Junior Coaster, Corkscrew, and a few god-awful old types like the bobsled and the mini suspended coaster. We do have a few thrill rides up our sleeve, including the go-karts, which, as you may know, I like this ride a lot. We also have the same water ride selection as last time, and a pretty big selection of stalls. Not quite as big as Bumblebee Bazaar last time, but still pretty big. And we're already up to 150 guests, but one thing we are going to need to keep an eye on with the help of the Park Rating Inspector plugin, we have to keep an eye on this little bit right here. If at any point it goes below 700, we have to go in and see just what the hell is going on that's screwing everything up. Because most of the park rating will come from happy guests, great ride uptime, so on and so forth. And it's our job to try to maximize the park rating while keeping the negative stuff as low as possible. In other words, keep the positive stuff up, keep the negative stuff up as low as possible. Sounds simple, right? Well, not really, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. first thing I'm gonna do is just raise a little bit of land here because, or at least raise as much land as I can get away with at first, because we need a lot more flat land to make this work. There we go. And now we can build our first ride. Which ironically, yeah, there's a couple that have vehicle signs unavailable for some reason. In any case, we're just gonna go ahead and build our own. It's not the prettiest, but it'll have to do to get the job done relatively early on. Now the one thing before we move on is that the way we set up the park, the pathway, incidentally, that's gonna cause some problems. For guests who just want to get about. So, just nipping a little bit apart, just by rearranging the path slightly, we can do something like that. And now we are good to go. Or about as close to being as good to go as we can possibly get, considering the circumstances. Now this isn't a particularly good go-karts, but you get the general idea of how it works at the bare minimum. Building a little bit of path so that way guests can go up and over and under the hills. Plus it sets up a pathway. Plus it sets up us going deeper into the lake. As you may expect, that's kind of important because we have to keep expanding in order to attract more and more and more guests. And in turn, make sure the park rating stays high. And since there's no money, if you really want to be cheesy, you can just spam entertainers if you want. Which in this case I will, because let's face it, we have no money. Why worry about staff wages when it's unlimited funds? I'm pretty sure that's what most people would do in this situation too. Just say, screw it. We got unlimited funds. Spend as much money as possible so that way we can actually, build a good park instead of being restricted by things like monetary value. The more I speak about this, the more I sound like some kind of greedy ass capitalist. I don't mean to sound like that, number one, and number two, I should point out that this has nothing to do with my political views. And not to mention the fact, this isn't even a political video in itself, it's just a goofy, Let's Play video. I don't know why. It's just like the short I made just a little while ago for those of you who caught on. It's just like the short I made. I don't know why I said what I said, but I said what I said, and well, I just made myself look kind of silly while doing so. So, yeah. But at least you guys got to see my very first ever short, even if it was something incredibly weird like that. So I guess there's that. I guess. But you're right. I do apologize for just going all weird like that. Not my intention. But anyways, as I was rambling, if you remember, I built this amethyst log back in the Bumbly Bazaar, and now I'm gonna carry it over to here and see how well it does when money is of no object. There we go. Open her up, and there you go. And adding more paths just that way guests have options as to where to go, and they can slip underneath this bigger hill. Because let's face it, options are good. Also, as you notice down there, the soft cap is progressively increasing, and as soon as it says 100% or greater, or in other words, when the soft gas cap is above 2100, that's when we know that yes, we are definitely good to go. We just have to get up to that point where the game's like, okay, you're good to go. Go, have fun. And we're just like, thanks. Is it cheesy for me to do something like that? Yes, it is very cheesy. Will it still work in the end? I'm sure as hell hoping so, because, well, yeah. We're already up to 300 guests, and the park rating is not too bad at the moment, about 800, which isn't the worst thing I've ever seen. 395, so we're not even 20% of the way to the soft guest cap needed for the game to be like, hey, you're good. Because we are not good. Or at least not good enough for the game to give us a thumbs up quite yet. The more that I talk about it like that, the more it seems like I have an inferiority complex or something like that. I am just talking a bunch of nonsense here. I apologize for that, but it's better that I'm talking nonsense than you all just listening to just silence for like who knows how long, like 20 minutes or so, maybe longer, depending on how long this scenario goes. I don't know. Come on. Now I have to build it. Now I have to build it all janky and weird because of that. Thanks. Yeah, give us all the cars. All of the cars. And then open it up and just let the cars just do whatever the hell they please. Oh, good. The barf machine has arrived. And what I mean by barf machine is the fact that the suspended swing coaster is available for us to build. And the suspended swing coaster, to my utmost knowledge, has one of the highest, if not the highest, natural nausea ratings in the game. So yeah, pretty much all your designs with it are going to be vomit machines, which, you know, isn't great at all, mind you. It's not completely terrible coaster or type. It's just a huge, gigantic vomit machine, which, you know, isn't great. Especially since, you know, you have to keep your guests happy, and I don't think them throwing up their lunch everywhere is the definition of, you know, keeping them happy. I don't know. Depending on some people, that might be the definition of making guests happy. I don't know. You know, you can let me know your opinion on that in the comments. Just, if you're going to debate about it, please debate about it in a positive way instead of just bashing each other like you're hitting each other like you're a bunch of piñatas. Although the good news is we do have access to first aid rooms, so I couldn't just set up right outside the regurgitator and, you know, try to cut down on the amount of vomit. And so that's good. And the soft gas cap has reached 540, which means we are about a quarter of the way there, but we are still kind of far off. If we take a look at the rate right now, yeah, we are much better off, up about 900, which is definitely not bad. And now we just have to increase the total ride intensity and total ride excitement, because both of those give an extra 100 points. And as long as we keep the guests happy and the average ride time high, along with those two bonuses, we will be able to stay quite high up there. And the more guests we get, the higher the park rating goes as well, as part of just natural stuff. So, yeah. And as I was talking, the park rating exceeded 900. So, yeah, I don't think we have to worry about the game knocking on the door, or like a debt collector saying, "Yo, bro, your park ratings are 600. Fix it, or I take your shit." I know that was quite, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh yeah, quite blunt, but hey, this game is no joke sometimes. So now we have this steel wild mouse with steel squeak. Not quite as good as the Flying Dutchman's gold mine, but still a pretty solid one. And the steel wild mouse is, I think, one of the best wild mouse types in the game, because it has pretty much everything that you would need, plus 4 cross seating, which for throughput is actually pretty good. I know some people are gonna be like, you said that wrong. And hey, in my defense, and I'm not a bona fide vocabularist. I can't exactly say vocabulary words as they come to my mouth, so please cut me a little bit of slack when it comes to that, please. Meanwhile, there's a couple more stalls to try to keep the guests happy in a regard. I say a regard. If I remember correctly, each and every stall adds a little bit to the soft guest cap, so every little bit does help, as I say. Plus, since we have infinite money, we don't have to really worry about that now, do we? It's kind of sad that I have to do this just to be able to see where the hell the friggin' exit is at. There we go. Jeez. That was harder than I had any right at being, but at least it's like, hey, it's connected now. Yay! Despite the fact that almost drives me nuts. A couple of toilets, and the soft gas cap has reached the 1/3 mark. Perfect. Another roller coaster, that's not bad actually, because the more The more roller coasters and thrill rides we get, the higher the soft gas cap goes up. It's kind of like a handshake agreement, if you want to say it like that, because it's like you build the high gas cap stuff, so that way, the ones that make up the rest of the gas cap can just be like, hey, it's like they're shaking hands because it's like the high and the low all play a part into that cap. And the more the better. I'm sorry if I seem extra rambly today. I'm not trying to be, it's just me trying to explain things as they come along. Plus the fact that, you know, I have to try to fill in the gaps in between everything. So it's just one of them things where it's just like, hey, I just gotta do something to fill in the dead air. Although dead air makes it kind of sound kind of morbid, so my apologies. There we go. Actually, make it wide enough. That way you know what you're doing. Jeez. Park rating is around 950, especially since the average intensity and excitement are looking quite good at the moment. Soft gas got up to 800, so we're starting to get there. Once it gets up to 1050, then it's like, okay, now we're good to go. As soon as this triple corkscrew gets done, we should be able to see a better update as to what the heck's going on with the inspector. Just waiting on the test results. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. So what that does is boost the total ride intensity and total ride excitement in park ratings, and manages to keep everything relatively in sync. So our park rating is now 976, which is very close to the natural cap of 999. Although with this many rides, I really should hire a few more mechanics. Let's just go up to 5 since, you know, we got the money. And you know what? More entertainers. Because why not? We got infinite money after all. There we go. And in case you're wondering how I'm able to close windows so quickly, it's a keyboard shortcut where if you hold down backspace, you too can make your windows just blink out of existence in a flash. Well, not a literal flash, but you get the general idea. Yeah, it just makes them go away really, really quickly. Oh god, the fucking merry-go-round music. It's not that I have anything against merry-go-rounds and stuff like that, I just don't like hearing the music because it's just so saccharine. It's just, ugh. In any case, with my very miniature rant over in that regard, we have unlocked the Twister Coaster, which is basically the ultimate variety coaster. Because it can do just about anything you want it to do. It has inversions, it has friggin' everything that you want it to do. Like that, I guess? I just gotta connect the paths. That wasn't even close. That wasn't even close to that little bit, but we can fix it. There we go. Perfect. Let's open her up. Now I just need to connect this path all the way across like that. Perfect. This is mostly to prevent overcrowding, which is something that can kill the park ring because it makes all your guests unhappier, which, well, you don't want. Because unhappy guests means lower park rating. Lower park rating means we run the risk of getting shut down. And getting shut down means we lose. So, yeah. That's definitely something you need to keep in mind. I'm hoping I'm able to actually help teach you all about the intricacies of this game, even though I'm not by any means like a bona fide expert at the game. Like the aforementioned Marcel Voss or others who are significantly better at this game than I am. And I know people are gonna be like, don't cut yourself down like that, you're still pretty good at the game. And well, yes, that's true because this game's essentially my childhood, and I don't want to toot my horn too much because, you know, reasons. They're trying their best, okay? Don't be a butt. Don't. I'm just gonna say it. Don't be an asshole. Just don't. It's like you build a path and then it's just like, oh wait, you're supposed to build it this other way, you dumb idiot. And I know and like I said, I know I shouldn't be cutting myself down, but it's just those heat of the moment kind of things where it's just like, man, don't I feel dumb. Park rating's near max, and the soft gas cap has exceeded 1,000, so we're almost halfway there, quite literally speaking, too, because, well, the soft gas cap is actually 1,040, but we're looking pretty good at the moment. Go. Now I just have to play a game of connect dots. Or at the very least make the queue line go up right there, which we did. And the soft gas cap has exceeded the halfway point, 1,110. I was about to say 1,010, but that wouldn't be correct. Yeah, even if you get the excitement and intensity up to those figures, they only provide 50 apiece, so they're not even going to be your main breadwinners. It's mostly going to be happy guests, average ride uptime, total ride intensity and excitement, and of course the guests themselves, because the guests can provide up to 150 free park rating. And we've actually gained so much park rating, in fact, that we exceeded the 999 cap. We're up to 1,017, but the game will show us 999 because that's the hard-coded cap. It's nice to see just by how much we're overshooting it, because that just means our guests are super duper happy. which, well, we want. That was a bit of a weird way to do that while still retaining most of the original path design, but it made it work at the very least. And then I could just add a little side path right next to it to maintain the general shape, so that's good. May not be fully ideal, but at least made it work. 996. It's good. And there's a breakdown. And we go from a good roller coaster type to one that's just meh. And the reverser coaster. I say meh because it's not great, especially since the fact that I can fly off the track like a friggin' asshole. But it's not completely god awful either. It's just bad. Not the absolute worst, but still one roller coaster type that, unless you're held by gunpoint by the game to build it, you're probably just better off saving your money. Oh, because I'm going right over the water. Right. There we go. That's better. I don't know if I would consider this good or not, but it's worth a shot at the very least. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. So let's just double check. Don't really have a choice in the matter. Let's at least give it a test. And while we were building, the reverser coaster is enabled. It still worked okay. know until the results come in. Oh, that actually wound up being kind of alright. Right, 6 excitement, 7.9 intensity, and about 4.5 nausea. And I managed to keep the lateral G's under 2.8, so... For my first time building a steel model mouse, this didn't go quite as bad as I thought it would. Funny how that works. Since it's all red and stuff already, I just figured why not name it the Ruby Mouse. Ugh. Then again, I suppose me tripping up my own words has been the common theme so far today. Could be the possibility that the guests might weigh down the ride a little bit, but at the very bare minimum, at least, the good news is at least now the guests will at least be able to enjoy the ride more consistently. Plus the fact that I managed to make the ride time only 33 seconds, so at least it's nice and quick. And we received the award for having the best roller coasters. Yay! Now, as you may have noticed, because we don't have any finances, we do not have access to marketing, which means we have to build a park that has 2,100 guests naturally. I know some of you may have already figured that out by now considering that we've had unlimited funds from the start, but it's just one of those things where it's just like, I wish we could advertise, but we cannot. So yeah, this is a bit of a long scenario just because of that. It's not ungodly slow or anything like some other scenarios. It's just one of them nitpicks, I guess you could say. It's not a deal breaker, but it does make things go slow. Not unbearably slow, just slow enough to where you just want to tear your hair out from your... You just want to tear your hair off your skull. Which is a bit of a morbid way of putting it, but I can't really think of much else to really describe it as, other than just mildly infuriating. I suppose I should put down another set of toilets, since, you know, there's only so much there. Why is this one named differently? You know what, just for you being different, I'm just gonna go ahead and name you Restroom 4, because you are essentially a fourth set of toilets. So sick of this game's dirty little tricks sometimes. It just infuriates me. At least the good news is I could be playing a rage game, and that would be a trip in itself. So yeah. Almost 60% the way there, so we're getting closer. Another roller coaster. Hopefully it's better than the reverser. Or, you know, in the figurative knock on wood sense. But I don't actually want to knock on wood at the moment, but it's just, you know, it's just a saying. Oh, fuck me. I hate storms, I really do. I just want you to imagine this at full volume, just hearing the thunder and stuff come crashing down. And then you'll see why I'm not particularly a fan of storms. Not only in terms of the Roller Coaster Tycoon sense, but also just, you know, in general. I bet many people are, at this point, are going to be wondering, what the hell happened to all the water? Well, we're up over 1,000 guests, so we are at the quite literal halfway point. And it's a stand-up coaster. It's not utter crap, but it is one that is kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh yeah, underwhelming. There we go. Also, the mine train coaster and the mine ride coaster are technically only two different types of coasters. So if you got confused by that difference, trust me, I don't necessarily blame you. Yes, I know it's not gonna be exactly the right type, but it's about as good as we can get at the moment. So. In case you're wondering, steeplechase is basically the epitome of mediocrity. It's just a very, very mediocre type, and it's basically a slightly better version of the mini suspended coaster. I say slightly better because not only does it not only need 2 units of clearance, but also the fact that it isn't quite as crap as a mini suspended coaster. It's still a bad coaster type, don't get me wrong, but it's at least not quite as bad as the mini suspended coaster, so there's that. Now we just need this long boy path to come. I just connected the 2 sides, that's all you really need to know, because I apparently can't talk or crap. But I can at least attempt to, while at the same time making it sound like I'm just spitting and sputtering, you know, like a friggin' dingus. And again, I know people are gonna be like, why are you cutting yourself down so much? It's just an extremely bad habit, okay? I don't want to talk about it. Especially since this is supposed to be a happy fun. Especially since this is supposed to be a happy fun Let's Play episode, not me ranting and venting like a friggin' jackass. And there we go. A lot of completely unnecessary path. And the soft gust cap has reached 70%. So we're kind of getting there, but also that just tells me that, yes, we still have a long way to go. Oh, comparatively speaking, that is. That's too high. Passing away. There we go. At least now the footpath isn't completely ridiculous. one that we just unlocked is a stand-up coaster, which is another case of it being just kinda meh. I'm gonna have to build this way up in the sky, aren't I? Yep. I have a really stupid idea. There we go. What? Okay. I think it's only saying that because by technicality it's not connected to the path. But it's treated by the guests as good enough. Because as you can see they are kind of making do with what they got. This is about as best as I can do in order to connect the stand-up coaster with, well, literally everything else. So it's like, shut up game, I tried to connect, all I did was just try to connect everything. If you don't like it, then shut up. And then a bit of a smaller path to connect it down to the rest of the way. That's better. At least that way the paths are connected. So I guess can more easily go from point A to point B to point wherever. Speaking of connecting paths, there we go. Up over 1,200 guests, we're definitely past the halfway point, and then some. Yet another roller coaster to come through the pipe, which I guess I shouldn't be surprised considering the research settings that I set to, but yeah, you get the point. Gonna speed things along for a while. Up over 1,300 guests. And it's the wooden coaster that's being researched. That's actually a pretty good coaster type. Oh, jeez. You know what, screw it, I'm just gonna take the entertainer approach. Just hire all the mechanics. or at least 20 of them, so that way we can cut down on this whole entire, oh hey, your mechanics can't do their job right. And it's like, hey, I'm trying to help them, okay? Get off my butt. I know I shouldn't be ranting like this because this isn't an angry grr episode, but it's just these small things that make me so upset. Okay, so at least we have a bit of a plot land for a wooden coaster. If we take a look at the inspect rating, yeah, it's pretty hard not to see why the park rating is well above 999. In fact, it's up over 1100 because we managed to make everything so much better than it was before. And at this point, other than a couple of extra guests, we are pretty much perfect right at the current park rating at 999 for quite a while. So now we just need to wait for the wooden coaster to come in. And like I said, the good news is there's no conventional time limit of sorts. You only get put on the clock if your park rating is below 700. And right now it's hovering around 1100, so we don't have to worry about that. But anyways, the wooden roller coaster, an iconic coaster that can do pretty much whatever the hell you want it to. I guess this is about as good as we can get. Good for this cyclone. That makes it kind of more twisty and turny, but I had to do something in order to minimize it, so there you go. Oh, I see why. It kind of got into the hills a little bit. Gotcha. And the soft gust cap has reached 80% of the goal, which means we are approaching the very end of our journey here, but as you may have noticed, we're still a few minutes away from an hour, but it's looking kind of likely that we will exceed an hour. Not exactly what I had in mind, but you know, you gotta take these things on the chin whenever you can. You gotta take these things on the chin whenever you can. More entertainers! And you know what? A few more mechanics, because why the hell not? At least that way we have as many mechanics as we do rides. I know that sounds incredibly stupid, but hey, you gotta do something. Well, this is gonna be an interesting challenge. Build a path next to it. Yes, we can. Will you just quiet game? Yeah, that's not gonna really work now, is it? That has got to be the most janky queue line I've ever made. But we just gotta live with it. Mini coaster isn't too bad, but it's definitely the better miniature cousin of the mini suspended coaster. Which I'm not gonna keep repeating myself about how bad it is. Just if you really want to know, just listen to someone like Marcel Voss rant about it, because they do a lot more justice about that kind of thing than I could ever do. And besides, Alright, so it'll just be me ranting and raving for like 20 minutes, and I don't think anyone wants that, so yeah, just take my word for it, please. Now that makes Cyclone look a little silly, but it's still a little too high for the hills there, so it's like, okay, there we go. We're up to 1550, and unsurprisingly, our roller coaster is coming through the pipeline relatively soon. Now I tried to build La Vibra last time, never got it to work, but this time I can make it work. Queue line, and then we can just connect it up to the rest of the path. Beautiful. It's like Christmas. The bobsleigh coaster is not great. It's another roller coaster type that can fly off the track if you let it, but it's not completely god awful. It's just one of those coaster types that you wish, man, I wish this was better. Unfortunately, no such luck. The spinning wild mouse. Okay, that's different. Not exactly what I'd call outstandishly amazing, but it's a thing. That's all I can really say is that it's a thing. And I just picked the wrong type. Good job, me. How big is this thing? Oh dear God, it is huge. Okay, I have severely underestimated how big this was. Jesus Christ. Yeah. That's what I get for underestimating, I guess. Just build it straight down. Yes, you're complaining about the length of queues in your park. Sure, shortening problematic queues. Queues are what? Or increasing the ride's throughput. Okay. Well, excuse me, you little princesses. I can't make the friggin' thingy slide go any faster. Okay? Just leave me alone. For the love of our nose. See, like I said, it's just these little nitpicky things that just get on my nerves, and then it's just like, stop picking on me. It's just annoying. Really, really, really annoying. $19.90. We're almost there. We just need a few more rides and stuff to get the cap up about 2100. Excuse me. spinning wild mouse while I was finishing putting that down. 2035. Oh good, another ride breaking down because screw me apparently. There we go. How high is the park? Not the park range, but how high is the cap going to get here? Oh, come on! 10 short. 10 guests short of the cap. Of the cap we need. 10. Really? 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 So sick and tired of this game trying to bullcrap me. That's got to be the weirdest path. That's got to be one of the weirdest paths I've ever had to build just to make it work. Why? Because apparently, why not? There we go. Now the soft guest cap has exceeded 2100, so now we just have to wait for the guest generation to catch up, which we're at 1800 guests, so we just need to keep attracting guests, and we are fine. I know some people are going to be like, that's a little easier said than done, and to that I actually have to agree, because it's just one of those things that's just like just do whatever until the game finally catches up and lets you win. $21.70. This should get us up to 2200, which is where I'm going to be content with for now. There it is, 2200. So now we just wait. Or we just speed the game up and just wait for the 2100th guest to arrive. That works too. Because our park rating is so high, the guest generation is about as good as we can get. Despite the fact that we don't even have any awards active right now. The flying coaster. A bit of a weird one, that. But we don't have to worry about it for the time being because we're just waiting for guests to arrive at the park, which we are slowly but surely and now exceeding 2,000 guests. So now we just have to wait until we're closer to 2,100. The natural guest generation works as normal up until the soft guest gap, which is why you want to try to keep it as high as possible, especially for scenarios like this. Oh, shut up already. Yeah. And so now we're right about at the 2,100 guest goal. Well, once a few more guests arrive in the park, that is going to do it for Lucky Lake. Or in this case, I guess Lucky Plains? I don't really know. I basically decimated this lake just to make this work. Environmentalists are going to be pissed at me, but there is the goal. With a whopping company value of $678,408. That's quite a lot of money for unlimited funds. And as you see, guests are still coming in, but now it doesn't matter. It also doesn't matter to get the park rating divides itself by 10. 10 and causes everything to shut down. We have won the scenario with flying colors, with quite possibly one of the bigger parks you will see me build in this particular series. But then again, I guess I shouldn't be saying that too much because, well, I have built some outrageous parks before, and this is merely scratching the surface, especially with OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2, increasing the max map size way, way, way higher. But luckily we don't have to deal with any of that in the base game, so we are good in that regard. So, in any case, that is Lucky Lake, or I guess you could call it Lucky Plains, since pretty much the entire lake got removed by the end. This scenario is a little difficult just because of the sheer size it requires you to have just to get 2,100 guests, and it can be especially difficult if your park rating goes to shit for whatever kind of reasons you can find under the sun, under the umbrella, or just under your feet. In any case, this scenario has a pretty good primer to what we're going to be dealing with later on in the game. So at the very least, you get to see that these challenging parks take the challenging part of their name fairly seriously. Not too seriously like the expert parks, but fairly challenging in some regard. But in any case, with my rambling just about over that one, so too is the video. Oh, thank you all for watching all the way through the end. I know this video was a bit of a longer one, especially much longer than my very first foray into YouTube shorts, because that was only like 50 seconds long, and this is gonna wind up being about 70 minutes long, which is kind of ridiculous, but considering the fact that we played maps like Crazy Castle, Amity Airfield, and a couple of others that drove me mad incidentally, like Sparkplug Park from episode 10. Yeah, this is just a little bit of a piece of the pie of what's come. In any case, thank you all for watching. I would like to give a special thanks to my patrons over on Patreon. If you want to join the Patreon and support the channel, you can do so by clicking on the link below in the description. And certain Patreons will be getting special shoutouts as a bonus for their contributions. In any case, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next video. Ciao! Hello everybody, and welcome back to Let's Play OpenRCT Tycoon 2, where today we will be playing the last of the challenging parks from Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, that being Alpine Adventures. As last time we finished up Lucky Lake with no money, which that was not really difficult, but nothing too serious. But this time, we have to convert a small mountain ski resort into a snow-themed amusement park. But I think someone sold me a fake plot land because where's the mountains? Where are they? Where's the mountains? Oh my word. In any case, false advertising aside, the objective here is another one of those where it's not quite normal. Except this time we actually do have money because we have to achieve a monthly income from ride tickets. We have to make at least $7,000 from our rides, which means we have to try to make as much money as possible, build as many rides as possible, try to make as much money from them as possible, and more importantly, make sure that we have ATMs available so that way guests can spend, and stay in the park as long as possible while riding all the crazy rides that we will be building. So in any case, off we go. As you can see, we start off with not a whole lot. We don't even have any park rating at the start. That's kind of sad. In any case, we start off with a few transport rides, a smattering of gentle rides, some okay coaster types including the wooden and the steel miles, to name a couple. And we have the iconic Junior coaster. A few good thrill rides, including the go-karts. A few different types of water rides, which is kind of weird considering we're basically building a snow-themed coaster. And a crap ton of stalls, including the MVP of the run, the cash machine. So now that we have that out of the way, right, we're going to open things up right away with one of my older designs from a previous episode, that being the amethyst log. That's just sad. Just gonna let that go and do its test, do whatever it needs to do, and then from there we'll be good to go. Now the main challenging thing about this park will be getting the ride ticket cost to over $7,000 of profit. Which that's not exactly the easiest to do if you know about this game. But in any case, at least we have something up and running. And right alongside, more or less, we will have Steel Squeak. To provide a little bit of what we like to call variety. Well, is it really variety? You tell me, because I would like to know. Oh great, it's gonna rain right away. That's just lovely. And we already burned through about 90% of our starting money. Yeah, thanks game. And also in the form of thanks game, here comes the friggin' rain. I never like rain. I never like rain in this game because it's just plain annoying, but it is what we're gonna have to deal with in this scenario, unfortunately. Because I'm pretty sure it's cool and wet, which means it's gonna be colder and it's gonna be wetter. A combination that I don't think any of us would like to deal with. Now that I think about it, I don't think we really need this path quite as much as the game seems to imply. So if we can trim that back at least a little bit, we might be good to go. At the very least, trim it back enough to where it's right around here. Have it go from here to here to here, and then just leave this little tail, I guess you could call it. Except for now, we're just gonna have to prevent the guests from going any further, or just to make sure that we can actually, you know, have this little tail area ready to go. Stalls down, and we have pretty much the basics rides, more or less. I say more or less because it's not necessarily the be-all, end-all. But the more guests we can attract to the park, the sooner we can make money from the rides. And see, the stats are not that bad for junior coaster. Right? This doesn't do anything too particularly egregious or anything. And we've only made $136. Screw you too, Rain. Screw you too. Well, for some guests are complaining that it's too intense. How is a 5 intensity coaster too intense? Like, you tell me how. That's too intense. Let's just take out a small little loan and have some mini golf for you people. There we go. Accidentally took a little bit of the wall off there, but that's fine. Well, to me it's fine, but for the guests, probably not. I'm just gonna create a little, what looks like a little handsaw shape here. Just that way we at least have something for the guests to congregate around. I'm pretty sure congregate isn't the right word, but I'm not a linguist, okay? Between 1 and 4. Really? These people all have some of the most ridiculous requirements I think I've ever seen. Okay, this doesn't even make any sense the way I built up the path, but I could at least say that I try to make the pathing work so that way everything could stay more or less the same. I mean, A for effort, am I right? go. That should take care of all the decor around the starting bit. The corkscrew coaster. Not a bad coaster type if you think about it. I mean, yes, it's more famous for its microcoaster design, as Marcel Voss said, but it's not a bad coaster type outside of the microcoaster. It can do some things that some coaster types can't, like corkscrews and stuff. I mean, that's why it's called a corkscrew coaster. It does corkscrews. Sounds kind of obvious if you think about it. There we go. Just gonna wait for the second train to leave the station, and then I can open the ride up. Because guests don't like riding rides that haven't been tested yet. I don't know why, but they simply don't. In case you're wondering why I'm doing icy blue for the t-shirts, is because I figured why not? It's an Arctic themed park. Icy blue is literally called icy blue. So I figured why not? It sounds like it just fits. Fits like a glove, as some people would say. And we made $4,000 from the ride tickets in April. Not bad. Not bad. Unfortunately, Firestorm's gonna come in and fucking ruin everything. Yay! Out of all three rain types, I hate the Firestorm one the most. And for those of you who know me, I think you might have found out why. And for those of you who guessed, oh gee, it must be because of the noise. Ding ding ding, you're correct. Go get yourself a cookie. But yeah, I don't do well in storms in general, but the fact that it makes a lot of noise definitely doesn't help. Park rating's looking quite good for the moment. And as you may have noticed, the park rating doesn't care if there's litter and stuff on the ground, just as long as it's not older than 3 minutes. It only cares after the first few minutes. Now that I think about it, I should wrap this path around back towards the entrance if I can. That's one. That's one tile. That's for fuck's sake. First of all, I wound up being a tile too short, and second of all, I just decided to just be an idiot and just put down around the bottom, and I can't draw a straight line. There we go. Now the park is more or less connected. I basically replicated the queue line thing of Chris Sawyer. Or just basically wrapping the queue line around the ride and then putting it right at the exit. I mean, if it worked for Chris, it should work for us. Now then, on to the Snow Cups, which is basically a snow-themed version of the Twist ride that we are more or less completely familiar with. Kappa 503, we really don't care about that. We don't really care about that in the general sense. And it's because all we care about is this little number here on the side. Okay, I think because our paths are a little bit more diverse, I think we're gonna need to get the handyman some help. Since we have more than just a couple of rides, we are gonna need another mechanic. Because we have 7 rides, and yeah, that's a little much for just one guy to handle. But the good news is we are running in the black right now, which means we are actually turning a profit. Or rather, we were turning a profit until the rain decided to show up again. Great. Except not really. Set up a second kiosk there. And a second toilet here. I guess since I've been sticking to sweets, I guess it would make sense to do like a candy apple. And then just do it in general, drink salt there. Now that I think I should build a second cash machine here. Guess they're complaining about the length of queues. Now that's just being petty. And besides, the main one that they're complaining about is the friggin' golf, which is determined by the guests themselves, and the go-karts. Yes, the go-karts take a while, but for Christ's sake, man. I don't think we're gonna reach $7,000 this month, because of the rain, but we're pretty close. And just like with I think Bumblebee Bazaar, if I remember correctly, just like with that if we exceed the goal, it will only count once the month ends. So even if we do just barely squeak out $7,000 this month, it won't matter until the end of the month. Which we are actually decently close to 7th grade. I'm not gonna hold my breath over it. So on the far side, we have Hawk's Nest, which is basically inverted version of the steel wild mouse here on the other side of the park. And sure enough, we could not get $7,000 in May, so here we go, going for another month. But with extra rides and stuff like that, we should be able to squeeze out that little bit of extra money that we lost, like a tube of toothpaste. Why a tube of toothpaste? Because it's a tube of toothpaste. What other analogy do you want? The percolator could work out for our less intense inclined guests, now that I think about it. Just put that on the other side. There we go, there's that. And let's get the ride going. How many trains are there? 3 of them. Goodness gracious. The percolator is a bit of a shorter variant of this coaster type, but it's not bad. Far from it, actually. All 3 trains have completed the lap, have started or completed the lap, so we're just gonna open it up for the guests now. Almost 700 guests can fit in the park. Jeez. We're not quite at the halfway point yet, and then again, we're not at the halfway point of the month either, so I guess I should just shut my trap for right now. Isn't this just silly now that I just realized that we have a castle-themed go-karts and a castle-themed maze. I'm not sure how you can be that much more obvious. That it's a bit of a snow castle theme. I didn't intentionally try to do it like this, but here we are. Let's just spread about a few entertainers and a security guard to keep things under control in this first little area here. And as we approach the end of June, we have hit the $7,000 ride ticket goal. So now we just have to wait until the end of June, and we win. Overall, this scenario isn't too challenging. I mean, yes, it is a little weird with the setup that you have, but it's not particularly difficult. Just as long as you don't go super crazy and not get screwed over by the RNG in terms of rain, you should be able to do this fairly easily. That also means that I can start paying off the loan a little bit, just make things look at least a little nicer on the spreadsheet of cash. Spreadsheet of cash, yeah. More Hangman entertainers. Mechanics, because I'm kind of awkward about that kind of thing. Well, I guess awkward isn't the right word to use, just kind of paranoid. There you go. But yeah, we are going to end June with almost $10,000 in ride ticket income. Not bad. That's just over $9,500. Oh, shut up about the queue links. The scenario's over. So the winning total is $9,750.40. About $2,750 more than what we needed to win. With a park value of almost 200 grand. Not too shabby. So that will do it for Alpine Adventures. There's a pretty easy park if you know what you're doing, and if you plan everything out well and make sure that your guests have at least a little bit of what they need, you can keep the guests around, keep the money flowing, and make sure that they're prepared just in case the rain decides to try to screw you over for the 10 millionth time. In any case, that will do it for today's video. I'd like to thank you all for watching, and I will see you all for the next video, which will be AMR Paz. Ciao. Hello everybody, and welcome back after a bit of a delay to Let's Play OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2. The last time we completed the last of the challenging parks back in the Rollercoaster Tycoon 2 section. And, well, let's just say that after getting robbed of alpine stuff, mountainous stuff, let's just say that things were a little bit heated in that sense. So, we come here to today's park, Trinity Islands, and it's where we begin the challenging parks from the OG game itself. And the premise is super simple. Several islands all across the map, as you can see here in the background, form bases for a brand new park, with most of the passive stuff being connected to the three main islands as you see there. The goal is basically a Forced Frontiers if Forced Frontiers was a multi-year map, because you need to get 750 guests in your park by the end of the year free, whereas by comparison Forced Frontiers was 250 guests at the end of year one. So it's basically Forced Frontiers just 3 times harder and on islands instead of a little forest clearing. And as usual, we have to keep our park rating at 600 or above in order to also win. But that's probably the easiest part, the park rating. The hard part is just getting the guests in that friggin' park. So let us begin the insanity. Today's ride selection is pretty limited for what you expect for the original game. A friggin' chairlift is all we have for or a transport ride, a couple of gentle rides, although the car ride is halfway decent. We only get access to basically the cousin of the junior coaster, the classic mini coaster. Or we have the twist as the only thrill ride, a boat hire as the only water ride, and pretty much the most basic stalls known to mankind. So it's safe to say we get off to a very poor start. We get a very poor start in terms of ride selection. "35 cars, that just seems a little bit excessive, but hey, who am I to judge?" This is gonna look so weird. "19 boats." I'm making the most ridiculous stuff. Landscaping. That's exactly one of my most favorite things to do in this game. As you may have noticed, there's no information kiosk at the start, so we're just stuck here just twiddling our thumbs, which isn't great. Friggin' canoes, really? There's no loan interest, which is actually kind of weird. I don't think it can really actually fit 2 trains. And I might have been able to fit an extra train. But instead, I'll just make this train as long as it can. Canoes, of all things. Just friggin' canoes. Well, at least the stats aren't complete garbage when you make it do extra rotations. Well, they're still bad, they're just not as bad as before. We're up to 100 guests in just a little over a month. Not the worst start ever. It literally takes over 2.5 minutes. Are you freaking kidding me? At least the excitement rating isn't complete garbage. Oh, there is loan interest. It's just not showing up for some reason. How is it not just confusing? Damn, these guys come in loaded. I guess I want her charging at least a little bit for the emission. Just trying to make the most of what we got. At least now the islands are nice and connected. I guess it's gonna be another night for the friggin' boat hire. Oh no, the log flume. That's actually perfect. Okay, I need to get more people on this friggin' boat ride because this is just sad. There we go, a nice little centerpiece in between all the islands. Okay, that was the stupidest way I could have handled that. Why did I build it out like this? Give us all the boats! There we go. Why did I try to build it out up and out under the bridge and everything? Just do the short way. Beep. I was clicking on so many times you would think I was trying to smash with a friggin' sledgehammer or something. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Isometric nonsense. Do we even have enough space for 2 trains? Kind of? Okay, so I don't need to click that option because the trains do have enough time to slow down without fucking crashing. There we go. That way at least people have more than one way to get from one island to the next. A little bit of interconnectivity in between, so that way the car ride actually has a little bit more excitableness to it. Okay, yeah, we're probably gonna have to hire a couple more mechanics just to keep on top of things. Oh no, not the mini suspended coaster. If I know anything about this game, and I bet many of you know that too, but the mini suspended coaster is the worst coaster type in the game. And we're getting it in the as the third thing to be researched. I mean, I'll always put one down just for courtesy's sake, but this coaster type sucks. How bad does it suck? Well, you'll get to see in just a minute here. The number one thing about the mini suspended coaster is that it has single car trains, which means not only does it lose a lot of weight, a lot of speed quickly, but it does so at such an astronomically bad speed. You would think that it's trying to outrace a snail in terms of being just outright garbage. And I don't mean any offense to snails, but this is just bad. Just bad. And the soft gas cap's not even just barely past halfway to where we need it to be. Because the ride selection in this scenario sucks. Well, fuck me. And screw you too, Chris Sawyer. Only a $20,000 maximum loan? Are you goddamn serious? Oh, great, gentle ride. Like that's gonna help our issues. Ferris wheel! A Ferris wheel! I mean, to be fair to the Ferris wheel, it's not the worst. It's not the worst ride in the game, but it's not exactly what I need right now. Then we could do the same amount of rotations as the twist, so that way there's at least something. Oh, it's not great. What is it gonna give us? Oh, now you give me the information kiosk. Now you give me the kiosk. Now. Frickin' now. Ah, this game. I love the Roller Coaster Tycoon series, but sometimes it's not immune to making me just a little bit unhappy at times. At least now people can actually get their friggin' maps and everything, just saying, hey, we actually know where the fuck we're going! I shouldn't be getting pissed off. This scenario isn't even that hard, it's just the fact of the matter. That's just like we're gonna make sure that this is the first really challenging scenario. It's not bullshitly difficult or anything, it's just a little bit aggravating. In fact, you could argue the only difficult thing is the fact that you basically have pretty much next to no dry land to work with, which in itself is kind of annoying. The power of advertising. As we approach mid-August, we will I'll be at our goal. Spiral slide, really? And that is Trinity Islands. The first scenario, which is challenging in Roller Coaster Tycoon 1, not only because of a bad ride selection, but because, well, look at it. You have pretty much next to no dry land to work with, and even if there is, it's off the edges of the screen, which, yeah, that's not very convenient to work with. But that is going to be that. Like I said, as I've said a few times, this scenario isn't particularly hard. It's just really, really, really finicky because you have next to no dry land. You have a ride selection that will make the veterans want to cry. And let's just face it, this scenario isn't exactly the best, but it's far, far, far from the worst. But that will conclude today's episode of Let's Play Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. If you want to see more videos like this, be sure to hit that subscribe button and hit the little bell as well, so that way you can stay up to date on any upcoming videos such as this one. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you all on Wednesday when AMR Paz resumes his path to glory. Until then, ciao. Hello everybody, and welcome back to the triumphant return of Let's Play Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. Let us not talk about the hiatus, because I do not want to talk about it right now. Especially the almost 2-year wait for a new video on this series. In any case, we welcome you back to Katie's World. If you remember this from Season 1, you know the drill, but if you don't, the objective is simple. We inherit a small little theme park, and it's our job to double the park value from $76,605 to $150,000 by the end of year 3. So, we have a transport ride, a few different gentle rides, a few different roller coasters, as you probably saw, thrill rides, bar rides, shops and stalls, you know, the usual shtick. Let's get started. The one problem I noticed right away, there are no freaking stalls anywhere. I am serious, there are no stalls whatsoever. Also, one thing I should point out is that the game has been updated a lot since we last played, so there are some new stuff out, but for now we're just focusing on Katie's World. And this scenario is not too bad. And I'll tell you one thing that is bad though, the frickin' glittering. Okay, so now that we cleaned up a little bit of the park. Let's see. And rain right off the bat. That's always a pain in my ass. Okay, so your mini mine train. Okay, so all 3 coaster types are in. Gee, I wonder why. Is it because guests didn't have anywhere to buy food before we took over the park? Right. There we go, that's better. I always like making sure that the car rides have all the load stuff disabled because it makes the job a whole lot easier. The park value is already up to 109,000 and we barely even did much of anything. And so you can tell that this scenario is not that hard. Oh great, the rain's just gonna get worse. That's weird. As I mentioned at the start of the video, this area isn't too bad, and in fact you can kind of see that by the fact that we're already up to $114,000 in park value. It is a little annoying though because of all the frickin' rain. That's a minor annoyance more than anything. Wrong button. I fail to see how that's my problem, considering the fact that that's how the park was designed before we took over. There we go, that's a little better. The only advice I can really give, don't try to overthink where you put down your rides, because otherwise you're just going to be like me and just have no idea what the heck you're doing. There we go. Now we can just let the guests flow in. Unfortunately, the guests don't really add too much to the park value, but just getting more guests in general increases our income, which is always very, very, very important. And I don't think I need to explain why. Excuse me? I have a question, Chris. Why is the drink stall unlocked? That should be about as obvious as food and drink. I'm not even trying to hope for an answer. All I can really do is just keep doing what I'm doing. That has got to be the weirdest goddamn queue line I have ever built. Oh, in my entire time playing Roller Coaster Tycoon. Like, what is this? That is so bizarre. Oh great, even harder rain. Well, at least someone's seen the spook of their life. Park value is at 125 grand, so with a little bit of luck, we should be able to get this scenario dusted well beforehand. There we go. Also make sure to turn off that option too for the lock room. I don't even want to think what the guests have been drinking before we research drink stall. That just seems very, very disturbing thing to think about. As you may or may not be aware, most of the park value comes from the rides and their stats, which means we have to wait for Logger's Revenge to get its stats in before it contributes to the park value. Which makes things a little bit annoying, but it's a necessary evil, unfortunately. While we wait, we might as well speed the game up a little bit. Meanwhile, the park value remains steady, unsurprisingly. Here they come, back round to the start. park value has gone up just a little bit just by just waiting. They say patience is a virtue, and well, in this case, that certainly is the case. And Loggers Revenge gets us very close to the goal. Now we just need to either get up to 150 grand by building our ride, or just wait for more guests to show up to push us just over the edge. Well, it seems like building a new ride might be more time efficient. But let's just see what happens, shall we? And there it is, 150 grand on May 5th. It's a shame that we couldn't do this on May 4th, so that way we can make a Star Wars reference, but there you go, that's Katie's World complete. Like I said, this scenario isn't too bad, it just takes a little while to get the prerequisite park value needed. So with that, folks, that concludes our first episode since 2023 of Let's Play OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2. Ooh, hopefully it won't take another 2 years to get another video out. I kid, of course, but thank you all for watching, and like and subscribe if you want to see more stuff like this, and hopefully I'll start to get back into the swing of things very, very soon. And of course, as I do my outro, it starts to rain again. That's just lovely. Anyways, let's not let the rain literally rain in our parade. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next video. Ciao! Hello everybody, and welcome back to Let's Play OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2. If you've had your fill of park value parks up to this point, well, here's another one. Dinky Park. Alright, see all these rides right here? Yeah, that's a park. It's small, it's cramped, and it needs major expansion. Here's the issue. The park value is $21,000. Our objective, 5 times that. And we only have 2 years to do it instead of KE World's free. So yeah, we're gonna be we're in an uphill battle for sure. We have the same transport rides before, more variety and gentle rides, 3 types of roller coasters. There's the same thrill rides, boat hire, which is kind of pointless, and stalls, which of course the park doesn't have any. Let us begin. This park didn't even have a handyman or a mechanic. Who ran this park? A bunch of clowns? Then I suppose that's why we took over, because they ran this park like a clown show. Except this time we have sports cars. Because why not? I'm like one of the few people that don't really like the fairground working. Not sure what it is. There we go, at least now the path is more connected. Even if I had to do it in a very, very weird fashion. I'm trying to fix the path system is crazy, but it is what it is. Also, I was wrong. It's not completely pointless. We are got to more or less do our own design. As you see, the bow hire's gotten a lot, and I mean a lot more stuff. Yeah, this boat hire is definitely not going to be winning any sort of awards, but it's better than nothing. Such a big line for such a small ride. Okay, game. Sure, why not? Okay, eight rides, and then depending on one mechanic to do that. No. The Park Valley is already a third of the way to the goal, so it's just a case of just seeing what we can do about it. I actually like that ride despite how short it is. Okay, that's a little weird. And here comes the rain again. We dealt with rain last time, and now it has just followed us to a new park. Lovely. This isn't weird at all. Because the curious has sarcasm. Okay, maybe I am a little... There we go. So I basically destroyed the terrain for no real good reason. Whoops. How low is this queue line? I know my depth perception is terrible, but this is ridiculous. And we haven't even connected it to the actual entrance. I've just been building malarkey. What the fuck have I built? You know what? I'm just gonna let go. All that's just that way I can actually have a proper ride to advertise to the public. Oh. This path was so shit. It's so bad. At least now we fixed the path issue. But good grief, I'm sorry folks, but this just looks terrible. And I'm the one who built it! Oh god. If you're cringing right about now about this god-awful path, I honestly do not blame you. Because I simply cannot. I'm sorry. I do apologize for how bad that path is, but nothing we can really do. Our park value is up to $60,000 though, so we have made significant progress. They're spending how much money on that? Okay. Also, I just noticed, just like the last park, there's also no drink stall. Which begs the question again, are they trying to run this park intentionally like a clown show, or what is going on here? If someone in the comments can help me figure out this mystery, that would be greatly appreciated, because this is just ridiculous. Yes, I know, I just wanted to fix the path a little bit. Despite me basically putting a kink in it. Yeah, but not much I could really do about that. The park goals are at 64,000, so we have made significant progress. Now let's see if I can connect this ride to the past without making a fool of myself. The answer is apparently no, because I completely missed. And now guess is stuck down below. Whoops. Sorry, Yazabel? Oh, I'm pretty sure I screwed that up, I'm sorry. Now we just wait for this coaster to get its stats in and see what the park value says about that. 83,000. So maybe one more good roller coaster would be enough. But as you see, we're running a little low on funds, so we're probably going to have to take out a loan, which is something I really do not like doing. Can I just point out, by the way, that I think I've found a way to make this path system even more nightmarish than it ever used to be. Like, what am I looking at? And I know some people in the comments will be like, you're looking at your own screw-ups there in this Phoenix, and I'm just like, I know, I'm sorry. How in the name of God knows that I managed to make the path system more nightmarish than it already has? I will never know. I don't think anyone will know. At least I fixed the carousel exits, that way it's now not so much of a dead end. It's still a dead end. But, well, that's not something to fix it. Something like that. And we got the safest park in the country award. Probably one of the easiest ones to do, but at least now we managed to fix part of the path system. And that fixes the rest of it. Kind of. Depends on your definition of fixed, I guess. I probably just made it worse by accident, but sometimes you just gotta break an egg to make an omelet. The good news is the park value is up to $88,000. The bad news is, as I mentioned, we don't really have the funds to get it up over the edge quite yet. Don't ask me how. I don't know. There we go. I'm pretty sure I just keep making this path system worse and worse and worse, but I am literally trying to fix the system. But instead I just made it into spaghetti. The good news is the park value is up to $95,000, so you probably don't even need a roller coaster anymore. Maybe just another good ride or two. Unfortunately, our options are, well, limited. We are making our money back though, so we're not completely in the crap. Let's raise that up by a few dollars and just let the money flow. Especially since we do need the extra money to make that happen. out of the friggin' thing. Oh great, two breakdowns in one area. That's just lovely. Park value is around 97,000, so... Well, now it's 97,000, so... As I said, we probably don't even need a roller coaster. We just need a ride. I have no idea what this monstrosity is supposed to be. If we're just gonna do that, why not just do racing cars? There we go. Park value should be hitting 100,000 pretty soon, so now we just wait. And if anything, I think we're just waiting on a secondary car ride to get done, so that way we can celebrate. Okay, that's much more like it. At least now I guess it can just wrap around. I am 100% certain that I have made this pass system into a nightmare. Sure, it helps prevent overcrowding, but at what cost? Just look at the spaghetti mess that I've caused. When they say let them cook, I don't think they meant this. Once again, I apologize for how insane this pass system is. The good news is we hit the park rally goal, and that is that. $103,000 is what was needed, and we have successfully completed Dinky Park. Right. Just like Games World, Dinky Park isn't too bad. In fact, Dinky Park is slightly easier than Games World because you need $50,000 less, but if anything, I'm an Ouroboros of my own suffering because I intentionally, or accidentally, depending on how you look at it, created this mess of a spaghetti system, and I was forced to just wallow in my own suffering as I just, well, look at the mess that I myself have created. So as I said, Dinky Park isn't too bad, but just don't do what I did and create a spaghetti mess of a park and a path system. Anyways, that will conclude today's episode. And of course we unlocked the looping coaster right after we complete the scenario. Whatever. Thank you all for watching. Like and subscribe if you want to see more of this. And next time we have a very, very special little scenario coming up. I won't disclose anything quite yet, but prepare yourselves for some interesting shenanigans. Anyways, okay, it's enough of my rambling. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next video. Ciao. Hello everybody, and welcome to a rather special episode of Let's Play OpenRCT2. It's the 20th episode, so we have a bit of a special park here today, where an anonymous viewer has sent me this scenario to challenge me. is the Lakeview Park, and as you can see, there's the iconic park right there. Well, the iconic lake right there. I guess I should say namesake lake. Anyways, we have been tasked with constructing a park around a tranquil lake, this being this lake right here, with the objective to raise the park value for the purposes of raising money for promoting ecological preservation. The objective is rather daunting. We have 4 years to get a park value of $325,000. And we start with nothing other than the little bit of path we have, and of course the view of the lake. As you see, we start off with basically nothing, but a nice little vista right in front of the park. As usual, we have just one transport ride, a few gentle rides, a crap ton of roller coasters, which are going to be our bread and butter to get the park value up, a few thrill rides, a few water rides, including a boat hire, which would be very, very cool to have on the lake, and a good number of stalls. Yet, strangely enough, whoever sent this to me forgot to include the information kiosk as part of the unlock thing. That's going to be a bit of a challenge to work with. But anyways, let us unpause the game and let's get to work. Well, where I can't build onto a ride. I just accidentally bumped into it. Excuse the heck out of me, game. As they say, if you build it, they will come, and, well, I'm just hoping that this gets them to, come to the park. Also, only one drink stall? Really? Well, I suppose they did say that this is supposed to be a challenge, not necessarily a walk in a figurative park, so, yeah, I guess that explains a lot. More rain? Really, game? Okay, this is a lot of shite. During the break that I still don't want to really talk about, they did build a couple more custom rides, one of which is called the Glacy Loop, referencing not only a good friend of mine, but also the Pokemon Glaceon. So hopefully this Glacy Loop will help us out a little bit. Okay, so there's just a little bit of everything here. Oh, and a couple of guests are actually starting to show up now. That's good. Now you're talking. Jet skis. That is a long way there. Whoops. That's a lot better. Even if that means that the glacial loop will be outside of that big old... I guess it could call this almost a rectangle? But either or, at least now we have a lot more room to work with. And all this and only $26,000 in park value. Oh boy. Now we have the amethyst log. We have the two custom coasters right next to each other. That's a lot better. Park entry space too high. That would explain part of the reason. Yeah, there was a bit of a method to my madness there, even if it makes absolutely no sense. We're up to $66,000, so we're already a decent way to the goal, but evidently we need a lot more. The air-powered vertical coaster. Okay, that's an interesting first choice. And yet more rain. Oh, you're kidding me, right? Not the fucking thunderstorms. And for the first time in a while, I finally had to take out a damn clone. Unfortunately, the rain doesn't stop anytime soon, but it is going to get lighter, so... If people have PTSD from thunderstorms, it's almost over. Unfortunately, can't say the same about the freaking rain, but... Oh well. They don't even have... Oh my lord. I seem to have scootered the pooch a little bit on the financial front. Let's just hope that this gets some guests to the park so that way we can stop being so close to death. Well, the rain stopping will certainly help. And the park value of being 120 grand tells us that we're a third of the way to the goal. Oh. It only took until the end of April. At least this time we didn't get that stupid warning saying, hey, your park entry fee is too high. That's not how I have to basically make money. Spend money to make money. But that's unfortunately the case. Not the rain! Yeah, unhappy guests will definitely is hurt. Only 50% of the guests are happy, and I assume a good chunk of that is because we don't have any information kiosks. I mean, I get the intention of trying to make a park more challenging, but there has to be some kind of line that has to be drawn. To me, press the wrong button. At least we're finally starting to earn some money, so that's something. Now we just spend more money than trying to make more. It's a vicious cycle. And we were briefly into that, right? As the park's starting to get busy again. I'm probably going to regret this decision, but we just really need to get this park value up. And waiting around like a bunch of ding-dongs is certainly not going to be the way we do it. There we go, that's better. At least now we have a coaster out on the lake. The coaster gets us halfway to the goal at almost 170 grand. But yeah, if I have to give critique on this, all I can really say is don't restrict something so important like the information kiosk. Like that is just that ain't right. Like, if you want to make a scenario challenging, there are arguably better ways of doing that. So, sorry to whoever sent this to me, but this just was not it. Well, that's kind of cool. Cool the way I did it. It just goes up, under the glacier loop, and then over the glacier loop, and then back down under the glacier loop. Kind of cool how I managed to finagle that. But the good news is that does get our pack value up of over 200 grams, so now we just need to find a way to earn more. Water ride over the lake. That just makes too much sense if you ask me. Bumper boats are available. Okay, so that doesn't really work too well for us. There we go. There are right at least near the lake. Crazy to me how we haven't even reached soft gas cap. Yeah, it's just by there. I guess in this case it's less of a garden explorer and more of a lake explorer, but who am I to judge? Park value is up to 226,000, as I was just getting ready to say that, so we're down to the final 100 grand. So we're 2/3 the way there. Now I just feel bad for that one guest because there are so many rafts and I couldn't even get onto one of them at a time. That's just rotten luck. We're up over the quarter up to 270,000 now, so we need about 50 grand. That's better. Weird how I had to finagle this, but here we are. Up to 300,000, so maybe this will get us over the top. I'm not entirely sure. And almost up to 322,000, so all we need is like one more ride. We're golden. Oh, nope, never mind. There it is, $325,000. So that is the Lakeview Park, and while we managed to build on the lake, we didn't quite do as much as I hoped. But yeah, this scenario was pretty challenging. Unfortunately, not really for the right reasons. First of all, the fact that we had no such thing as a information kiosk at the start made things a whole lot tougher than it had to be, because I guess I didn't know what to do. And secondly, while the ride selection was good, it sure didn't help that the fact that we had to start with a $5 park entry fee, and I didn't want to lower it, so that's why we just struggled for income until we were able to get things rolling. So if I had to rate this scenario out of 10, I would give it a pretty decent 7 out of 10. It's decent, but it could definitely have used a little bit more polish in terms of adjusting for difficulty and stuff like that. But I'm not completely against this park. I just think that things just needed to, be adjusted a little bit. But I do appreciate the challenge that has been given to me at the very least. So thank you to the anonymous person who has sent this in to me, and I hope my criticisms help out in the future, in case anyone, for that matter, wants to send in a scenario to me. Anyways, that concludes our time here at the Lakeview Park. We managed to get the park value up to the prerequisite goal, and we have been able to make sure that everything is nice and, well, somewhat functionable. And the rain is starting to fall again as we go into outro. Anyways, you know the drill by now. Like and subscribe if you want to see more like this, and we'll be back to the official scenarios next time. In any case, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next video. Hopefully without all the frickin' rain following us around this month. In any case, see you all in the next video. Ciao.